All set. And they're off. Out in a clean line, Rayo, Colorado, and Radcliffe both showing speed from the center. Thelonious is also showing up, and along the rail is Super Brew. Crumlin Experience is going to find a pocket spot, and dropping back out wide is Bocelli. Into the opening turn they go. It is Radcliffe now opening up 1.5 on Rayo, Colorado. Deep on the track, Bocelli is gaining ground. Thelonious between horses with Super Brew back into 5th, and Crumlin Experience is at the back. The field is spread out by about 4 lengths as they race into the backstretch. The quarter was 24 seconds flat. They turn into the backstretch, and Bocelli is now a half length in front. Rayo, Colorado is second between horses, with Radcliffe maintaining rail position, now rebidding to stick his head back in front with less than 5 furlongs to go. The top 3 are clustered, and Thelonious is watching it unfold, 2 lengths back and forth. Super Brew another 1.5 back, and a gap of 2 more to Crumlin Experience, who's 7 and 4. Radcliffe has the lead, Bocelli is second, and Rayo, Colorado between them beginning to lose position. Thelonious angles to the outside to launch a bid. Super Brew is 3 deep, and Crumlin Experience still has 5 lengths to gain. Here comes Thelonious with a menacing move, 3 wide, putting the pressure on Radcliffe and Bocelli. Thelonious sticks ahead in front. It is Thelonious on top. Radcliffe tries to fight back. Here comes Crumlin Experience, launching a rally from the back, 3/4 and 1, 13 and 2. They swing for home. It's Thelonious and Rachel Slavinsky. Radcliffe is trying to hold second. He's 4 lengths behind the leader. Deep on the track, Crumlin Experience is rallying down to the wire at final furlong. It is Thelonious romping in the opener. Thelonious is up by about 7 with 70 yards to go. Crumlin Experience has come from the back to be second. Radcliffe is going to be third, but no doubt about Thelonious. 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:44 and 3. They're off. Gimbala out well. Chasing Joy also show track as Can't Beat the Cats, and between them, Determined Love surprisingly hasn't made the lead yet. Chasing Joy is in stalking position, and it's 1.5 back to Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Midway down the backstretch, Chasing Joy has the lead over Can't Beat the Cats. Determined Love is going to come from off of it today. Gimbala 4th along the rail. Splitting them is Storming Lady, 2 more back to Hasn't Hit Me Yet. The field is spread out by about 4 lengths. The quarter was a very quick 22 and 1. Chasing Joy and Can't Beat the Cats duel on the lead. Determined Love is under a hold from 3rd. Storming Lady in a pocket 4th. 2 more back to Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet angles to the outside. Here comes Storming Lady angling off the outside, off the rail to launch her bid in the 3-path. Storming Lady and Can't Beat the... It is Storming Lady taking control from Can't Beat the Cats at the 8th pole. Storming Lady and Can't Beat the Cats well back to Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. But it is Storming Lady in her Fort Erie debut, going to be a comfortable winner in the long-run thoroughbred aftercare. Storming Lady by 2.5, Can't Beat the Cats, then Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet, 1:04 and 4. They're off. Core was out sharply. Reload Bullet from the far outside. These two will go out to make the pace. It's going to be Reload Bullet and Kirk Johnson taking early control. Core is going to settle in second with Very Debonair to his outside in third. It's a gap of 3 to I Live by Faith, another 3 to Beyond Talented. Then at the back are High Reserve and I'm No Sleepy Joe. They are well strung out as they race into the turn, 3 furlongs to go, and Reload Bullet races an opening quarter in 22 and 2. Core and Very Debonair races a pair in second, 5 lengths back to I Live by Faith in fourth, another 6 back to Beyond Talented, I'm No Sleepy Joe, and High Reserve is the trailer. 3 across the track as they swing for home. Reload Bullet ahead in front of Core, and on the outside is Beyond Talented. Core takes control under Pierre Mailhot at the furlong pole. It is Core, Very Debonair on the outside, Reload Bullet along the rail, and here comes I Live by Faith. Core trying to get the job done in start number 27. Core and Pierre Mailhot. Here comes I Live by Faith coming down to the wire. Core finally gets the maiden win. I Live by Faith was second on a fast closing Beyond Talented, 59 and 4. They're off. Tickle Her Toe broke to the outside. Musical Ride is showing speed to her outside. Rain by Rain looks for position, and along the rail, Sub-Zero Plus. Then we have Westpaw and Pluie D'Avril, Santa Cola Star, and widest is Tickle Her Toe. They race into the opening turn. It's a duel up front. Sub-Zero Plus on the rail with Musical Ride. Rain by Rain is going to stalk from the outside and Paw. Pluie D'Avril between horses and a length back to Santa Cola Star. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter. The field is spread out by about 5 lengths. Musical Ride has a half-length lead over Sub-Zero Plus. Rain by Rain is still third, 2 lengths off the leaders, with Tickle Her Toe gaining ground on the outside. 1.5 back to Pluie D'Avril. Westpaw and Santa Cola Star continues to trail. They go into the far turn. Rain by Rain has launched a bid and stuck her head in front. Tickle Her Toe is out wide, 47 and 3 for the half. Along the rail, Musical Ride fights back on and puts her head back in front. Pluie D'Avril is gaining momentum along the rail. Sub-Zero Plus still in contention. 5 more back to Westpaw and Santa Cola Star. Top of the stretch, Rain by Rain and Musical Ride in a dog fight. Pluie D'Avril is ranged right into contention, moving well down the outside. These 3, Pluie D'Avril sweeps to command. It is Pluie D'Avril and Brandon Boulanger. Musical Ride still second. Rain by Rain trying to hold show from Sub-Zero Plus. Final 16th of a mile, no doubt about it. Pluie D'Avril is storming home. It is Pluie D'Avril and Brandon Boulanger winning by about 5. Musical Ride, then Sub-Zero Plus and Rain by Rain, 128 flat. All set, and they're off. Lil Green influence is also showing up. Between horses, Half Lit is racing from 4th, Paperback in 5th. He's now into 3rd. Loquacious and Four Knights races a pair, 1.5 better than Private Lake, 46 flat. The top three are up 5 lengths on Private Lake, who's rallying from the back, passing half lit. They swing for home. Summer Retreat maintains a short lead from Paperback Hero. Private Lake is storming down the outside with half lit. Paperback Hero trying to reach up to Summer Retreat. Summer Retreat holding on gamely. It's Summer Retreat. Lil Green Machine coming back on the outside. Private Lake from the back. It's Summer Retreat and Melanie Pinto. Lil Green Machine one last try. Summer Retreat on top by a length. Lil Green Machine was second, then Paperback Hero and Private Lake, 118-1. And they're off. Feel Like Guessing out well, stumbled a bit, but has that speed from the outside. Very Unified is showing up along the rail, is Makes Sense to Me, and now showing up is Hear Me Knock, or Unable. Unable puts ahead in front of Very Unified, third on the outside, Feel Like Guessing. Along the rail, Makes Sense to Me. Between horses, Nicole's Song is in striking range. It's a length and a quarter back to Hear Me Knocking. Then another 2 back to Picture Day Jessica and Love My Cheryl. 22-4 for the opening quarter. Unable at 3-5 has a head in front of Feel Like Guessing. Now Feel Like Guessing takes control. 2 lengths back to Very Unified, and on the outside, Nicole's Song. Makes Sense to Me is losing position, as is Hear Me Knocking. Love My Cheryl begins to try and rally. Picture Day Jessica, the trailer. They swing for home. It is Feel Like Guessing right back in Nicole's Song down the outside. The half was 46-4. Trying to split horses. Makes Sense to Me. Here comes Nicole's Song down the outside. 4 across the track. Nicole's Song and Makes Sense to Me. Unable is tiring. Makes Sense to Me has the lead. Nicole's Song and Kirk Johnson are flying. Makes Sense to Me. Nicole's Song. Nicole's Song. Oh, that's a photo. Nicole's Song maybe pulled a 15-1 upset off. Makes Sense to Me was second. Then we had Unable and Love My Cheryl. 106-1. Now goes in, all set. And they're off. Alacritus out best, slow where 7 is a breeze, and Chairman Bob. Up the rail, here comes Vinny Van Gogh to put the pressure on Alacritus, and Would Be Wild 3 deep. It's a stack of 3 next, Jack Beanstalk, Mobilizer, and along the rail, Gunzig Stinger. Strong Ending is racing from 7th out in the middle of the track. A gap of 7 lengths back to Chairman Bob, and the trailer is 7 is a breeze. They race into the turn. It's a clustered pace. Alacritus and Would Be Wild duel past a quarter in 22-1. Vinny Van Gogh is taken back into third. Into fourth is Strong Ending on the outside. Gunzig Stinger and Mobilizer race as a pair. Jack Beanstalk backs out. Chairman Bob, and here comes 7 as a breeze winding up from the back. A quarter of a mile to go, and Alacritus is shaking clear as Would Be Wild calls it quits. Into second, strong ending and Vinny Van Gogh as they turn for home. It's Alacritus on top. Strong ending trying to keep his undefeated Fort Erie record going, but he still has 4 lengths to make up on Alacritus, who's just powering home. It's Alacritus and Deshaun Bino, a no doubt about it winner. Much the best. Alacritus on top. Strong ending second, then Vinny Van Gogh and Jack Beanstalk, 104 and 2. And they're off. Bust a Groove out slowly with Einvaher Soldat. Gus's Gamble was out best from Diamond Heist looking for position, which is not as deep on the track. Out wide, Wilberforce, Street Max racing between horses. The top 5 are about 4 lengths clear of Prince for a Day, who's found the rail. Deep on the track, that is Katrin. Then along the rail, Einvaher Soldat, and the trailer is Bust a Groove. This field is spread out by about 12 lengths as they race into the backstretch. It is Gus's Gamble on a 2-length lead, racing the opening quarter in 23 and 4. Second is First Round. Third on the outside is Which Is Not. Here comes Prince for a Day. He's angled to the outside, making a big rush into contention, passing Wilberforce. Along the rail, Diamond Heist to his outside, Street Max. Then at the back, we have Einvaher Soldat and Bust a Groove with Katrin. Into the far turn they go. Gus's Gamble is now being hounded by Prince for a Day. These two are head and head, 4 lengths clear of First Round. The half was 48 flat. Fourth on the inside, Heist, Einvaher Soldat launching a rally. Here comes Bust a Groove deep on the track. Along the rail, Street Max. Quarter of a mile to go. Gus's Gamble is shaken clear of Prince for a Day. Diamond Heist in First Round try to rally. Einvaher Soldat is 5th. Gus's Gamble is up by 2. Prince for a Day begins to stagger. First time starter Diamond Heist is rallying down the outside. Gus's Gamble still maintains a 2-length lead. Prince for a Day, Diamond Heist up the fences, Street Max, but it is Gus's Gamble and Kirk Johnson. Diamond Heist, one last surge. They're coming down to the wire. Gus's Gamble, Diamond Heist, Gus's Gamble, Diamond Heist. Gus's Gamble holds on. That 128 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a rainy Monday evening. We had a bit of a torrential downpour a few hours ago. Right now it is currently 17 degrees Celsius or 64 Fahrenheit. Rainy, a bit of a wind coming from the south. The main track is sloppy and we are off the turf for today's card of racing. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for info about everything going on at the racetrack, live video streaming, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes on the program, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow here at Fort Erie. First post will be 4:30. The free summer concert series is back this summer. Our next concert will be tomorrow after the races, featuring The Trip. The dogs are back at Fort Erie this summer. Wiener dog races will take place on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds have their turn on Sunday, August the 13th. Mark your calendars. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Of your food and drinks right by the walking ring. Book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Check out the new Homestretch Bar located right by the Tiki Barbecue. It is now open. Treat your team to an exciting day per person. That's a 16% savings. The track pack includes one food item, one drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show. It's on Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Early pick 4, that pool guaranteed at $7,500, beginning in race 2. Then in race 4, we have the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In race 1, an overweight on number 2, Salt Mine Teddy, will be 2 pounds over at 122. Race 2, number 2, Timmins, will be 1 pound over at 123. And the number 4, No More, 1 pound over at 119. In race 3, number 3, Only at Midnight, will be 2 pounds over at 120. And number 5, Hermione Granger, 2 pounds over at 122. Race 4 is off the turf. It will be now run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Overweight on number 1, My Girl Hooter, 1 pound over at 121. Steward scratched the number 2, Silent But Violent. Number 6, The Green Planet, will be 3 pounds over at 113. And take weight that the rider, Alexis Sanchez, will carry no whip. Number 7, Seeds of Grandeur, 2 pounds over at 122. And the Ain't No Joke, 1 pound over at 119. No changes in race 5. In race 6, number 1, Too Sweet For Me, 2 pounds over at 122. Number 4, Dazzling Diva, 3 pounds over at 123. And number 5, Only Believe, 2 pounds over at 122. Race 7, number 1, Closing Briefs, 1 pound over at 119. And number 6, Loki's Lightning, 1 pound over at 114. Race 8 is off the turf. It will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Take note that there will be no jackpot high five wagering in race 8. Number 1, Glitter Bay, will be 8 pounds over, make the weight 123. Steward scratch number 4, Dr. Uptown. Union Colonel. And Stewart scratch number 6, Maito. Number 9, Hiatus will draw in and change the rider to Brandon Boulanger. Back here at Fort Erie for another week of racing. We had a terrific Father's Day card last week, and we want to thank everybody for coming out. The crowd was tremendous. It was almost like Prince of Wales Day. A little more quiet here on this drizzly Monday. Let's take a look at our 8-race card. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Field of 5, and I'm going with a last out winner, number 4, Quick Reload. Quick Reload made his Fort Erie debut for owner-trainer Gary Shadobiak a couple of weeks ago. Maiden 4,000, made the lead, and was never threatened with a 6 1/4 length win. He looks like he should be the speed of the speed again, and if he can handle the mud, he should be tough to beat. Number 1, Sea by the Sea. We're in a pretty good third on June 6th at this level. Was beaten by the class-dropping Gunzig Stinger and the rallying Big Brown Brewski. This field is probably a bit easier. You might be able to get a speed duel to close into between Quick Reload and Joe Chrome. Maybe everything sits up nicely for Sea by the Sea. He was a winner in the slop last fall. Then number 5, Joe Chrome. He was a winner by disqualification on opening day. Came back at this level on June 6th and did not fire. Had a bit of trouble that day with a clean trip from the outside. Joe Chrome could have an improved effort. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to 6. Another field of 5 here. Top pick is the 4, No More. No More was beaten ahead in the slop on June 12th by Lil Green Machine, was disqualified for some early interference. But another one with a good record over the slop, 7 top 3 finishes, actually 8 top 3 finishes, but lost one by disqualification, as we just mentioned. Loves the slop, small field, should be forwardly placed, No More, the one to beat. Number 3, 2-year contract. Made his Fort Erie debut in an allowance race on June the 6th. Was an assignment. The biggest thing for this Lou Cappy trainee. Will he handle the slop? If he can run like he did last time, he should be competitive with this competition. Then to round things out, number 5, Santiago Salsa. He was an impressive winner back in October, closed from out of nowhere in an 11-horse field. 2 starts this year, he's been a bit closer to the pace than he wants to be. If new rider Lenny Ciceran can drag him back and get him where he wants to be, way at the back, he could have a big late kick. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Heavy favorite here is number 2, Blame the Toll. This is a Charles Fipke. Goes for trainer Mickey Neubauer. This one was a vet scratch a couple of weeks ago in a turf race. Now comes back over the sloppy surface. This is a half-brother, half-sister to Tax, who raced in the Kentucky Derby a couple of years ago. Showed some route speed in New Orleans over the winter, but just hasn't been competitive at those much tougher tracks. Has had plenty of works here at Fort Erie. Should appreciate this class relief. A couple of Stan Dodson. This one is out of A Better Breeze, who threw a Broken Breeze, who won an allowance race here at Fort Erie on the dirt a couple of years ago. Isa Breeze has been working steadily for trainer John Sims. Had a gate workout over the sloppy surface on June 12th. We'll see how ready this 3-year-old Tisnow filly is. And then number 5, Hermione Granger. This is a Bruno Schickedan's homebred by Mr. Scotty. 4-year-old filly was training at Tampa over the winter. Gets the blinkers for her debut, should be plenty fit. Off the turf for race 4, we're going to be 6 1/2 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. $62.50 down to 6 is the claiming price. Scratch down to a field of 7 as we take out number 2, Silent But Violent. I'm going to go with number 5, Very Unified here. Tried the dirt for the first time on June 18th against Allowance Company. Showed some speed and then spit the bit. Now gets on the slop. That might carry the speed a little bit. Biggest thing is the class relief here, getting in against $62.50 claimers. We're going to see if Very Unified can wake up under apprentice Amanda Vandermeersch. Number 1, My Girl Hooter, comes in from Woodbine for trainer Bev Chubb, who's been having a good season. This one had an okay little run at Woodbine 2 starts ago on May 12th to finish 4th. Otherwise, hasn't been much of a threat this year. We're going to see how she likes the easier competition and the new surface. And to round things out, number 4, Fleeka, broke her maiden in the slop last August. Probably wants a little bit more distance than 6 1/2 furlongs, but we know she likes the surface and could come running for a share. Race 5, claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Field of 6 here. I'm going with the outside runner, JMR Gemma, number 6. Goes for the combo of Brandon Boulanger and John Sims, who have had a pretty good start to the meet. This one ran in the slop on June 12th, missed the start and came with a bit of a rally behind a lone speed winner, Jungle Goddess. JMR Gemma is definitely capable of showing more speed. If she gets out of the gate well, she should be in much better striking position. Number 5, Fresh Dreams, was second in that June 12th race, sat mid-pack and ran on pretty nicely. Jungle Goddess again had a nice lone speed trip that day. We know Fresh Dreams likes the dirt. We know she can handle the slop, and she should be in for another check. Then to round things out, the 1, Is There a Forest, went wire to wire against 6250 non-winners of 3 on June 12th. She moves into the barn of trainer Sharon Chicato. If she gets loose on the lead, she could double up, but it's not going to be as easy. Race 6, claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to 6. Another field of 6 here. My top pick is the inside runner, number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Too Sweet for Me romped in a maiden race at Laurel back on May 7th, then came here. Only missed second by a half length when beaten 10 lengths by Can't Beat the Cats on June 6th. Gets that drop from allowance into $62.50. Should be a major contender. Number 4, Dazzling Diva. She broke her maiden for $15,000 at Woodbine last June, had a couple of good runs here at Fort Erie on the dirt, but went off form towards the end of the season. She's had the winter to freshen up. There's a bit of class here to Dazzling Diva if she can fire in this questionable field. Then to round things out, number 6, Fermenter, was beaten a length over a muddy track on September 13th last year. We're going to see if she can fire fresh for Josh Robillard and Radcliffe Racing Stable. Kirk Johnson had a 3-win day on Father's Day. Maiden allowance, fillies and mares go 1 mile and 70 yards in race 7. It's a field of 6. Donnarumma, the number 3, has some experience over wet going. She was beaten 3/4 of a length over a sloppy surface at Mahoning Valley back in January. Had a pretty good run on the turf on June 13th. Gets back over wet dirt, which might be her best surface. She doesn't look like she's in a particularly tough race here. She did not run good on the dirt at all in the Summer Solstice Cup, but she might want more distance than 5/8. We're going to see how she handles the 2 turns on the dirt and the sloppy going. Then to round things out, we have a real question mark, number 4, Jimmy As a Breeze. She was entered in the Summer Solstice Cup on opening day, but was scratched. Did not work for almost a month after that. Makes her dirt debut here. Goes around 2 turns for the first time here. There's some 2-turn pedigree, Dyna's a Breeze, Dynaformer. Don't know how she's going to handle the dirt. Don't know how she's going to handle the added distance. The blinkers come off. Expect her to be somewhat forwardly placed, going around 2 turns. Last race of the day is a starter optional claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a price of $12,500. Off the turf, so we're going 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Take note, no jackpot high 5 wagering here. I like the outside horses. My top pick is the 8, Rocket Joe Copper. He was beaten a neck in a optional 10 at Woodbine on June 15th. Was claimed and moves to the barn of Roy Augustino now. This 10-year-old Iowa bred has some experience over the dirt. He was a winner over wet dirt back earlier in his career. He looks like he's going to have a good pace to run at between Hiatus and Jack Beanstalk. Rocket Joe Copper should sit the trip. Second choice is number 7, Dots Vision, an easy winner on the turf back on May 23rd. Was claimed by Tony Adamo for $10,000 that day and now gets back to the races. He's had some good races over the slop before. He was 4th in the Puss in Boots last year. It's not his preferred surface, but against this short field, he should be a contender. Then to round things out, number 9, Hiatus. He will be a speed threat here. However, he runs a risk of getting hooked in a duel with Jack Beans. Hiatus has won in the slot before. He won a similar race back in September. His last race at Woodbine, the same race that Rocket Joe Copper comes out of, it was very disappointing. He chased the pace and just spit the bit midway around the turn. We're going to see if the return to Fort Erie wakes him up a bit. So that's a look at your card today on this rainy Monday. Main track is sloppy. We are off the turf. 18 minutes to race 1. Good luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field for today's first race is making their way on track. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Take note that the number 3, Erie Island Man, will Parade number 1 is Sea by the Sea. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Cyril Samek. 2 is Salt Mine Teddy. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Michael Johns. Number 3 is Erie Island Man. Deshaun Bino will pilot for trainer Ken Albu and owner Uton Wallace. Gary Shadobiak owns and trains the number 4, Quick Reload. The rider is Kirk Johnson. And completing the field, number 5 is Joe Chrome. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 3 minutes to post for the opener. Early pick 5 wagering starts here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on track with us today, take note that the infield tote board is not currently working properly. So just please use the big screen or the TV monitors for your accurate info about odds and time before. Starting gate taking position, not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Field for race 1 heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite is the number 4, Quick Reload, a last out winner. Kirk Johnson and Gary Shadobiak team up. First up is Sea by the Sea with Markley Buchanan, 2-1 second choice. The Gray, Salt Mine Teddy with Brian Shane to gate 2. New Face Erie Island Man with Deshaun Bino. This one making its first start since April 2022. Quick Reload at 4-5, Kirk Johnson, gate 4. Last up is Joe Chrome and Melanie Pinto. All set. And they're off. Sea by the Sea out well. Here comes Quick Reload, and on the far outside, Joe Chrome. These three will make the pace with Quick Reload coming out on top. Joe Chrome is second. Sea by the Sea going to take back to a stalking roll in third. Gap of 3 lengths back to Erie Island Man, who's on the outside of Salt Mine Teddy, trailing the field. It's about 7 lengths front to back. Quick Reload has opened up 1.5 on Joe Chrome, past an opening quarter in a quick 22 flat. Sea by the Sea is ridden along from third, 3 lengths better than the pair of Salt Mine Teddy and Erie Island Man. 3/8 of a mile left to go. It's the 3-5 favorite, Quick Reload, under a snug ride by Kirk Johnson. To the Sea angles to the outside, trying to gain momentum. Still 3 lengths back to Salt Mine Teddy and Erie Island Man. 46 flat for the half. They turn for home. It is Quick Reload still on top. Joe Chrome launches a bit at the top of the stretch. Sea by the Sea coming down the outside. Nothing from the back yet. They still haven't got to Quick Reload, who's up by 2 with less than a furlong to go. Quick Reload looking to hold on. Sea by the Sea down the outside with Joe Chrome between them. They're inching closer to Quick Reload coming down to the wire. Quick Reload looks like he has enough. Quick Reload. Joe Chrome and then Erie Island Man. 1-12-2. Unofficial in the opener, 3-5 favorite, Quick Reload. Second was the 1, Sea by the Sea. Third, number 5, Joe Chrome. And fourth, the 3, Iron. Unofficial, race 1 order, 4-1-5-3. Race 1 is now official. Returning to the walking ring winner's circle is the winner, number 4, Quick Reload. 4-year-old bay gelding by Reload out of Precious Audrey. Quick Reload was bred here in Ontario by Canny Ing. This is back-to-back wins for Quick Reload, 2 for 2 here at Fort Erie. Both wins come under the riding of Kirk Johnson. Quick Reload goes for owner-trainer Gary Shadobiak. Quick Reload completes the 6 furlongs in the slop in a time of 1:12:2. Prices are up. Quick Reload, $330, $210, and $210. Number 1, Sea by the Sea, $240 and $210. And number 5, Joe Chrome, $250. $2 exacta, 4-1 returns $550. The $1 try, 4-1-5, $670. $1 super, 4-1-5-3, $11 even. Race 2 is coming up next. 6250 claimers, field of 5. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 kicks off in the second. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races here at Fort Erie. It's only $13.25 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. Race 2 coming up in 18 minutes. We have a couple of overweights. Number 2, Timmins, will be 1 pound over at 123. And number 4, No More, 1 pound over at 119.
It's time for the early pick four here, kicking off in race number 2. 6.5 furlongs is the distance here on that sloppy main track. It's a claiming event for $6,250, and this is for non-winners of 2 life. Now, we do have a compact field in here of 5, and kind of watching that early tote action. No surprise to see the number 1, Big Brown Brewski, taking a lot of respect in here. Just talking about his trainer, Michael Blake. In the season, he's had 3 for 8 in the money, 2 wins, and looking at those 2 wins, Snell Flicka, Nicole Song, these were horses that were able to get those wins second off that layoff, and that's going to be the case what we're going to see from Big Brown Brewski today. And just looking at his seasonal debut, he raced really well. He wasn't in for the tag. They had the waiver option and just missed. He tried to take a kind of the scenic route there, trying to circle most of the field, and just came up a little short, finishing second, beaten by a neck behind Gunzig Stinger, who obviously had a very different trip, was forwardly placed in that event. So expecting a better performance from this one today. Can be a little bit closer as well, and I think that's what's going to need to happen over this sloppy track. It was clear kind of looking at him when he came over. He's feeling good, ready to kind of make his first start against winners, because he actually graduated last time out against maiden competition. He was in for that $6,250 tag here on May 30th, our second week of racing. Now, it was a turf event at about 7/8, but he was forwardly placed and was much the best in that field. In terms of dirt experience, he does have plenty of races on the dirt, mainly more recently at Tampa, and that was going around 2 turns. So I prefer him on the cutback. I know he went around 2 turns last time out on the turf, but I think going from that about 7 furlong distance to 6.5 on the main should suit him well. And in terms of trip, I think being able to be closer to the pace should suit him. And I think that's kind of the move that we may need today. We saw the first race today. In terms of quick reload, was quick out of the gate, going 3/4. And they had a tough time catching him and were unable to do so. And finally, the number 4, No More. This was a horse that was also taking a lot of respect in terms of these early wagering dollars. And the big thing with No More is certainly likes a wet track. 7 for 8 in the money over the wet going. More recently kind of had this surface, had this distance in terms of the conditions, and just came up a tad short. Little Green Machine was able to win and kind of keep a little bit of a win streak alive with that performance. So this horse ended up finishing second, but was disqualified and placed last in that event. Prior to that was second as well. And I think those figures and numbers that you see in terms of buyers, very competitive with this group. But my concern is this horse typically doesn't get the job done. He's rolling late, and he's had a lot of near misses. So he'll have to be kind of put into a better position, and we'll have to have enough late to get the job done. That's my only knock. If you look at this field top to bottom, in terms of dirt wins, it's limited. He's one of 2 in the field that have wins on the main track. But in terms of an off going, no one has wins over this wet going. So we'll have to see what happens today. But for me, landed on the number 1, Big Brown Brewski, second off that long layoff for trainer Michael Blake. Don't forget, here in this early pick 4. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. It's a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 2 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $7,500. Race 2 post parade. Number 1 is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Michael Blake and owner Annette Blake. Number 2 is Bruno Schickedanz's Timmins. Ishmael Mascara has the call for trainer Richard Davis. Number 3 is 2-year contract. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Number 4 is No More. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Sharon Chicato, who owns in partnership with Michael Green. Completing the field is Santiago Salsa. Lenny Ciceran will ride for owner-trainer Howard Keene. 2 minutes to post for the second. $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4 starts here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few rider changes being announced here for the first time. Rider Brian Shane has booked off the remainder of his mounts today. In race 3, the number 5, Hermione Granger, make the rider Pierre Mailhot. In race 4, number 7, Seeds of Grandeur, make the rider Pierre Mailhot. And in race 6, number 1, Too Sweet for Me, make the rider Pierre Mailhot. Once again, Brian Shane off the remainder of his mounts today. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mounts on race 3, number 5, Hermione Granger, race 4, number 7, Seeds of Grandeur, and race 6, number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Field is heading into the chute towards the starting gate. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Heading behind the starting gate for today's second race, it is now post time. 3-2 favorite is number 4, No More. 2-1 on the 1, Big Brown Brewski. 5-2 on number 3, 2-year contract. These 3 the main contenders. First up is Big Brown Brewski and Melanie Pinto. Ishmael Mosquera. 2-year contract, and Emil Ramsamy will have gate 3. Bet down to 7-2. Even money favorite No More with Chris Husbands. And the last up will be Santiago Salsa and Lenny Cicheran. Santiago Salsa goes in, and we're all set. And they're off. 2-year contract, out best, No More on the outside, and here comes Timmins looking for position along the outside. It's going to be 2-year contract, rushing out to assume command. Timmins is going to race from second, about 2 lengths off the leaders, with No More to his outside. Another 2 back to Santiago Salsa, racing in the middle of the track, and the trailer is Big Brown Brewski. They raced midway down the backstretch. It is 2-year contract leading the way. The opening quarter was a moderate 23 seconds flat. Timmins is racing in second with No More ridden along from third. Santiago Salsa is 4 deep, and Big Brown Brewski continues to trail. They're about 5 lengths tip to tail. 3/8 of a mile left to go. 2-year contract is still leading the way. Timmins has come off the inside. He's asked for more now, opening up 2 lengths on No More from third. A half was 46-1. Big Brown Brewski is gaining momentum along the inside, and Santiago Salsa not responding. They swing for home. 2-year contract still leads the way under Ramsamy. Timmins is not gaining much ground. No More needs to do better. It is just over a furlong to go, and 2-year contract looks to go all the way. 2-year contract is up by 4. No More is coming into second along the inside, passing Timmins, but as they come to the wire, nobody is going to threaten 2-year contract. Its 2-year contract wrapped up by about 5. No More was second. Then Timmins and Big Brown Brewski 1-17-4. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 3, 2-year contract. Second was number 4, No More. Third, the 2, Timmins, and fourth, number 1, Big Brown Brewski. Unofficial race 2 order is 3-4-2-1. Race 2 is now official. Two-year contract returns 880 to win, 360 and 380. No More, 260 and 210. And number 2, Timmins, 330 to show. And now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official Race 2 winner. Number 3, 2-year contract. 2-year contract is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Signature Red out of La Donna Mobile. Bred here in Ontario by Bruno Chickadans. Ridden to victory today in wire-to-wire fashion by Emil Ramsamy. 2-year contract was trained by Louis Cappy for owner Christina Ramjatin. That is lifetime win number 2 for 2-year contract. Takes the drop in for 62.50, comes out on top, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in the slop in 1:17 and 4. Exotic prices are up. The $2 exacta, $3.4, $24.70. $1 try, $3.42, $54.15. $1 super, $3.421, $90.60, and the $2 double, $4.3, $19.20. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Changes for race 3. An overweight on number 3 only at midnight, 2 pounds over at 120. And a rider change on number 5, Hermione Granger. Make the rider Pierre Mailhot. 17 minutes to post.
Race 3 is up next. 5.5 furlongs on the main track is the distance for this maiden special weight event. A field of 5 going postward, looking at these fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, and looking at this group of maidens. Been waiting to see the number 2, Blame the Toll, make it to the races here at Fort Erie. Now, she was entered just a couple of weeks ago on the turf, had a minor issue, and then comes back today on the dirt. And I think the big thing to note is you look at her races. She was in New Orleans. She was at the fairgrounds. Very tough competition tracks as well, including most recently Keeneland. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see her here. She's going to cut back in distance as well. I know last time she goes 6 furlongs, but you look at a majority of her races, they have been going 2 turns. You see a mile and a 16th and even a mile in some of those events. And she's gotten caught in them. She's been forwardly placed, going long in those races, and then more recently, she didn't make the lead at Keeneland, and she tired in there to end up finishing 7th in a 7-horse field. So I think today getting here should really help her chances, and just looking at her and the work that Mickey Neubauer does with these horses that come out of the 50 barns, always one to watch. Melanie Pinto has the call, a lot to like about her, and just looking at her work tab as well. She's had some bullet drills here. You just see those 3 of them. One of them, her first one locally, was a bullet drill. And her last 2, they've been sharp as well. So excited to see her at this shortened distance. She's yet to go this short, 5.5 furlongs. Other horses to maybe note, the number 4 is Sabreeze. This is a first-time starter by Tiz Now out of a Dixieland band mare, by the name of A Better Breeze, trained by John Sims. John Sims has been off to a great start this meet. We know all the success he's had here over the years, but the big thing to note with this filly is her workout tab. She's worked very well. You can see one of her sharpest drills was her most recent drill on June 20th. She's the second fastest of 13 workers at that 4 furlong distance. 48 flat was the time. Curious to see what she can do. Now, from a physical standpoint, by no means is she big, but her workout suggests she has some speed. And I think today we've seen this now. 2 races down, 2 gate-to-wire winners. So speed is certainly the play today. And then from here, kind of wide open event. You can maybe look to the first or on the outside. I went to the number 1, Lee Sunshine, who I did get a little love to on debut, and she did disappoint. She finished 5th. She was well beaten, but she was not in a rush out of the gate. And kind of looking at her, she's by Old Forester. Looking at her pedigree, she's got a half-sister by the name of Ella's My Love, who is a 7-time winner, 5 of which have been on the dirt. And I just think looking at her, race day experience is never a bad thing. I think she could improve for trainer Ken Alboon here. But for me, the number 2, Blame the Toll, is the top pick. I forgot to mention, huge pedigree here. This is a half to tax, who's made a lot of money in his career. He's been a big horse. He's won some great events at Gulfstream Park. He's raced at Delaware Park. He's kind of taken his show on the road and is a very big name, winner of $1 million. So big pedigree with the 2, big shoes to fill, but hopefully the cutback in distance makes the difference today. Best of luck.
Maiden allowance, fillies and mares about to make their way on track for today's third race. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Take note that number 1, Leah's Sunshine, and number 4, Isa Breeze, will both race with inserts. Away from parade, number 1 is Leah's Sunshine. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Number 2 is Blame the Toll. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. 3 is Only at Midnight. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Victoria Rodhay. Hopefield Farm, owner of number 4, Isa Breeze. Brandon Boulanger will ride for trainer John Sims. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mount for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. 3 minutes to post for race 3. Starting gate taking position at the 5 1/2 furlong mark. Not much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. Race 3 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 2 to 5 on the number 2, Blame the Toll. Heavily favored. She's a half sister to Tax, who raced in the Kentucky Derby. First to load will be Leah's Sunshine and Kirk Johnson. 2 to 5 favorite, Blame the Toll and Melanie Pinto come up to gate 2. Only at Midnight looks to give the combination of Ramsamy and Cappy a race-to-race double. Only at Midnight goes in. Blinkers are off. First-time starter, Isa Breeze with Brandon Boulanger in the colors of Hopefield Farm. Last up will be another first-time starter, Hermione Granger. Pierre Mailhot picking up that mount. Hermione Granger goes in and we're all set. And they're off. Hermione Granger broke a bit slowly. Eyes is showing good speed. Along the rail is Leah's Sunshine, and now rushing up is Blame the Toll. Trying to recover from the slow start, Hermione Granger, and at the back is Only at Midnight. Leah's Sunshine now dropping back to last. First-time starter, Isa Breeze is controlling the pace, 1.5 lengths clear of Hermione Granger in second. Blame the Toll, bet down to 1 to 5, is settling along the inside as Only at Midnight begins a rush. It's a gap of 3 back to Leah's Sunshine, who trails the field. The quarter was 22 4. It is Isa Breeze making the pace. Hermione Granger is chasing from second. Only at Midnight is into third. Blame the Toll needs to do a lot better at 1 to 5. She's got 7 lengths to make up on the leaders. Well back to Leah's Sunshine. They swing for home. There's 3/16 of a mile left to go. It is Isa Breeze looking to go gate to wire, but here comes Hermione Granger down the outside. It's down to these two with 1/8 of a mile to go. Isa Breeze and Boulanger up by 1, wandering out. Hermione Granger not doing enough from second. Blame the Toll is third. Coming down to the wire, it's going to be Isa Breeze and Brandon Boulanger on top. Isa Breeze by 1 3/4. Hermione Granger, Blame the Toll, and then Only at Midnight, 105 flat. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 4, Isa Breeze. Second is number 5, Hermione Granger. The first-time starters finish 1-2. 1 to 5 favorite, Blame the Toll, comes in for third, and fourth is number 3, Only at Midnight. Unofficial race 3 order, 4, 5, 2, 3. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, your unofficial race 3 winner, number 4, Isa Breeze. Isa Breeze is a 3-year-old bay filly by Tisnow out of a Better Breeze. Bred here in Ontario by Stan Dodson of Hopefield Farms, Brandon Boulanger, the winning rider. Trained to victory today by John Sims, Isa Breeze goes wire to wire in her debut, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in the slop in 105 flat. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. Official. 7:30 to win on Isa Breeze, 4:10, 220. Number 5, Hermione Granger, 7:20 and 2:10. And Blame the Toll, 2:10. $2 exacta, 4.5, 49.10. $1 try, 4.52, $33.40. The $1 super, 4.523, 66.45. $2 double, 3.4, 76.30. And the $1 pick 3, 66.70. Off the turf for race number 4, start of the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. Save the date, the 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Off the turf for race 4, it will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Number 1, My Girl Hooter, is 1 pound over at 121. Stewart Scratch, the number 2, Silent but Violent. Number 6, The Green Planet, will be 3 pounds over at 113. And take note that Alexis Sanchez will not carry a whip. Rider change on the number 7, Seeds of Grandeur, make the rider mail hot. And an overweight on number 8, She Ain't No Joke, will be 1 pound over at 119. 17 minutes to post.
Time for the late pick 5 here with that $7,500 guarantee in the pool, kicking off here in race number 4, which was originally carded for about 7 furlongs on the turf. And now that it's moved to the main track, abbreviated distance, 6.5 furlongs is where they'll go today. And kind of looking at this is the non-winners of 2 lifetime fillies and mares in for the tag of $6,250. And looking at this group in terms of this field, the race complexion completely changes in here in terms of maybe the horses to use. And it really switched up my picks all in all. I do go to the outside of the number 8 in here. She Ain't No Joke. This is a horse who, I think of those last couple of races, has gotten those minor checks. Has finished third in back-to-back consecutive starts. Kind of kicked off the 2023 campaign at Mountaineer at the end of April. Was in for the $4,000 tag against non-winners of 2 Life. Was third. Was kind of pressing that pace early on and tired. And then more recently, a similar kind of tactics. One last fling for trainer Nick Maloney Jr., who we'll see, I believe, tomorrow on the program. Was just much the best. Was able to kind of get to the front and had smooth sailing from there. Was an 8.5 length winner. So you can kind of make a little bit of a dent in that margin that this one was beaten. Just 3 lengths behind Only Believe, who finished in second. And I think the big thing to note, off track, we know how that's been today. 3 gate to wire winners. And just looking at this one, has a bit of early foot. Has done well on an off track, 5 for 7 in the money, and was able to graduate on the off going. Now, other horses, I was very torn. I feel like you can make a case for pretty much anyone else in the field. I went to the 4 Fleeka, making that second start off the layoff for trainer Ken Albu. Was well defeated last time out. She Ain't No Joke actually finished in front of her. She was another 4 1/4 lengths behind her, but I'm just wondering, with this off track, she does have some good races on an off track. In fact, 2 of her 3 efforts have been good, and all of them, though, you can see she's tried to close from the clouds and has tried to make up ground late. And typically those races were going longer, 1 mile and 70 yards. So we'll see what she can do at 6.5. It might be a little short on this off going, but Kurt Johnson, he's kind of been on a heater. He had 3 winners this 2 Sundays ago on Father's Day. So he's coming alive at the meet. And I think this one could get a minor piece in here. And then from there, the number 5, a very Unified, a 4-year-old daughter of Unified, who's going to race with blinkers on today. Key equipment change. You can see she has raced with blinkers in the past. Not that necessarily it's helped, but I do think blinkers on combined with the class relief is an interesting move. She faced allowance level non-winners of 2 last time. Nicole Song scored a very big upset in there. And this one kind of was tracking the pace, trying to put pressure on early and tired. So this is major class relief. She's going to stretch out a little bit while also getting that 5-pound weight break with Amanda Vandermeer booked to ride. But for me, I think the race looks pretty in favor, I should say, of the number 8, She Ain't No Joke. So I made this filly my top pick. Don't forget, get involved here in the late pick 5. Best of luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. It's a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We are off the turf, so this will now be run at 6 1/2 furlongs over the main track. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 4 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering with a pool guaranteed at $7,500. Take note that number 4, Fleeka, and number 8, She Ain't No Joke, will both race with inserts. Inserts on numbers 4 and 8. Number 1 is My Girl Hooter. Steve Jadu rides for trainer Bev Chubb, who owns in partnership with Rivermead Stables, Lombardini, and Nibs. Scratch the 2. Number 3 is Lunatica. Lenny Seacheran will pilot for trainer Joe Humber and owner MM Racing Stables. Number 4 is Fleeka. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Jeannie Ryan owns and trains the number 5, Very Unified. The rider is Amanda Vandermeersch. Number 6 is The Green Planet. Alexis Sanchez rides for trainer Armin Concessi and owner Rockpile Stable. Number 7 is Seeds of Grandeur. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mount for trainer Stephen Cathcart and owner Nancy Fairgrieve. And completing the field, number 8 is She Ain't No Joke. Chris Husband's in the saddle for trainer Sharon Chicato, who part owns with Vinod Behari. 2 minutes to post for race 4, $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. About to head behind the starting gate for today's fourth race. It is now post time. Co-favorite on the board right now are numbers 5, Very Unified, and 1, My Girl Hooter, both offered at 2-1. 5-2 on the outside runner, She Ain't No Joke. Also taking money at 5-1 is number 7, Seeds of Grandeur. As we begin loading My Girl Hooter and Steve Jadu to the rail. Lunatica and Lenny Ciceran up next. Right next to Lunatica, we have Fleeka, Kirk Johnson. Very Unified with Amanda Vandermeersch. First thoroughbred mount for apprentice Alexis Sanchez. He's aboard the Green Planet. Pierre Mailhot picking up the mount on Seeds of Grandeur. And to the outside is She Ain't No Joke and Chris Husbands. All set. And they're off. The Green Planet broke well with Very Unified. Deep on the track is She Ain't No Joke. Then we have Seeds of Grandeur, a gap of 2 back to My Girl Hooter, Lunatica, and Fleeka. They race on to the backstretch. It is the Green Planet dueling with She Ain't No Joke. Landing in a pocket spot from third is Very Unified, 2 lengths off of the leader. It's a gap of about 4 back to Seeds of Grandeur. Fleeka making up ground on the outside of My Girl Hooter, and Lunatica is now the trailer. The quarter was 22-4. Here comes Very Unified rushing up the rail to stick ahead in front of the Green Planet. She Ain't No Joke is in fourth, about 3 lengths off the lead. It's another gap of 5 to Seeds of Grandeur. Along the inside, My Girl Hooter begins to gain momentum, passing Fleeka and well back to Lunatica. Less than 5/16 of a mile to go. The half was 46 flat, and Very Unified has opened up a 3-length lead on the Green Planet. She Ain't No Joke looks empty on the outside. She's lost third to My Girl Hooter, who's rallying up the rail. She looks like the only threat to Very Unified as they race down the stretch. Very Unified is wandering a bit. She still has a 3-length lead, but My Girl Hooter is closing resolutely down the outside. My Girl Hooter and Very Unified. Now My Girl Hooter takes control easily. It is My Girl Hooter and Steve Jadu with a rallying win in the fourth. My Girl Hooter going on to win by about 3. Very Unified going to hold second over Lunatica, and then Seeds of Grandeur, 120 flat. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 1, My Girl Hooter. Second was the 5, Very Unified. Third, number 3, Lunatica. And fourth, number 7, Seeds of Grandeur. Unofficial race 4 order, 1-5-3-7. Race 4 is now official. My Girl Hooter, 550 to win, 270, 220. Very Unified, 280 and 250. And number 3, Lunatica, 550 to show. Now returning to the Walking Ring Winner's Circle, the official Race 4 winner. Number 1, My Girl Hooter. She's a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by Hootenanny out of Arrow Scout, bred in Kentucky by St. Joe Stables. My Girl Hooter rallied up the fence under Steve Jadu. Trained to victory today by Beverly Chubb, who owns in partnership with Rivermead Stables, Lombardini, and Nibs. That is lifetime win number 2 for My Girl Hooter in 14 starts, taking her Fort Erie debut, 6 1/2 furlongs in the slop, and a time of 120 flat. $2 exacta, 1.5, 12.70. The $1 try, 153, $45.80. $1 super, 1537, $203.20. $2 double for 31.80. $1 pick 3, $126.45. Late pick 4 wagering coming up in the 5th. Our next free concert this summer at Fort Erie is taking place tomorrow night after the races. If you're coming out tomorrow, be sure to stick around after the races for a free concert by The Trip. Race 5 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes.
Well, we're halfway through our program. 4 down, 4 to go. Race 5 is up next. Is an $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. The condition here for 3-year-olds and upward fillies and mares that have not won a race in 2023 or have not won 4 races in their career. 6.5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. And looking at this group, a lot of the early money is on the number 5, Fresh Dreams. But I go to the 2, Fancy Soul, who I know we haven't seen at the races in a little bit. We haven't seen this one specifically since March down at Tampa Bay Downs. But Richard Davis had this one kind of rolling really in her last 2 races. You can see more recently was second, well defeated, beaten by 7.5 lengths. But the winner, Sassy Charlie, a formidable foe, came back to win again next time out. And even looking at this mare's prior effort, I thought it was a really good 3rd place finish, a 59 Beyer speed figure. She was defeated by less than a length and was actually closer to the pace in that race. That was going 7 furlongs, more recently 6, so 6.5 should be just beautiful for her in this race today. Now, I looked at her action just moments ago. She's about 5 to 1. I think she's going to come down from that price. She's been training phenomenally. You see 3 back-to-back bullet drills, all local here. Most recently 35 and 4 for that 3 furlong distance. And Pierre is booked to ride, the go-to rider for the barn. Him and Richard Davis team up at just about 26%. Now, I mentioned the number 5, Fresh Dreams, taking a lot of the respect in here. Finished second last time out behind Jungle Goddess, who won at odds of 18 to 1. She's entered, I believe, tomorrow on the card. And when you look at that race in hindsight, Jungle Goddess is a horse that really benefited from the off track, but Fresh Dreams made a nice late run in there to finish second, beaten by less than 3 lengths. And she probably needed to get kind of back on the dirt. I know she's a 2-time winner on the turf, but she does have a good dirt record. I thought she raced very well. Juan Crawford piloted her, then back aboard her today. So I understand the respect for her. I do think she can move up, just making her 3rd start of 2023. And then another horse to mention, the number 6, JMR Gemma. John Sims already has a winner on the card earlier today with one of the first-time starters that we saw earlier in the program. And looking at this one, just really never got rolling, exits that same race as Fresh Dreams. And I think the big thing is never got rolling. It was definitely not her suited trip or, this trip that she wants. She typically is forwardly placed. She was at the back of the pack early on and just kind of passed those horses that were spent early on. And I think if she can be forwardly placed like we've seen in some of her races in the past, say back in October, I think she could have a say kind of here in the outcome. And another one just has that one start. I think there's room for improvement as well. And as I've mentioned, John Sims Barn has been on fire all meet long. So something to watch. Brandon Boulanger, the go-to rider, is booked to ride this one. But kind of a competitive event here. A couple directions to go in. This sort of $8,000 claiming level can be a difficult one to handicap, but I went to the 2, Fancy Soul, who I'm curious to see make that first start locally at Fort Erie after having those very speedy drills. Best of luck here, and don't forget, if you got knocked out of that late pick 5, get back involved here in that late pick 4. Good luck.
Field for today's fifth race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year, or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Take note that number 1, Is There a Forest, will race with inserts. Inserts on the number 1. Race 5 post parade, number 1 Is There a Forest? Chris Husbands rides for owner-trainer Sharon Chicato. Number 2 is Fancy Soul. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Sub-Zero Plus. Michael David has the call for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 4 is Sienna Dream. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Tony Sefarazza. Fortunato Galati, owner of the number 5, Fresh Dreams. Juan Crawford will ride for trainer Howard Keene. And completing the field, number 6 is JMR Gemma. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 1 minute post for the 5th late pick 4 wagering offered here. About to head behind the starting gate for race 5. It is now post time. 2-1 on the number 5, Fresh Dreams. Co-favored with the 1 Is There a Forest. 5-2 on Fancy Soul. 7-2 on JMR Gemma. Any of these 4 could be sent off as the final favorite. Competitive group of claiming fillies and mares. First up is There a Forest with Chris Husbands. Fancy Soul makes her Fort Erie debut. Pierre Mailhot aboard. The 9-year-old Sub-Zero Plus with Michael David. Sienna Dream and Kirk Johnson to gate 4. The gray mare, Fresh Dreams, Juan Crawford aboard. And last up will be JMR Gemma, Boulanger and Sims looking for a double on today's card. All set. And they're off. Showing speed from the inside, Is There a Forest? Also showing up is Sub-Zero Plus. Sienna Dream is forwardly placed with Fancy Soul. Deep on the track is Fresh Dreams, and wider still is JMR Gemma. This whole field, all 6 of them within a length. It's Is There a Forest with a very short lead over a rushing Sienna Dream. Deep on the track, JMR Gemma is looking for position as Sub-Zero Plus taps out. Fancy Soul is on heels between horses, past a quarter in 22 and 4. They are still very clustered up front. Is There a Forest now 3/4 of a length in front. Sienna Dream, Fresh Dreams, and JMR Gemma race stacked up for second. Fancy Soul back to 5th, and Sub-Zero Plus trails. 3 furlongs left to go. Is There a Forest still has a head in front of Fresh Dreams and JMR Gemma. Looking on it from 4th is Fancy Soul as Sienna Dream backs out, and angling wide is Sub-Zero Plus. They've got a 1/4 mile left to go. The half was 46 and 2. Fresh Dreams takes a run at Is There a Forest, who still has a short lead. Looking for room is Fancy Soul. She angles out and finds a split. JMR Gemma is 4 deep. It is There a Forest looking to go all the way. Fresh Dreams is right there. Fancy Soul is finishing well down the outside. Is There a Forest trying to hold off Fancy Soul? Is There a Forest and Fancy Soul lunging late? Fancy Soul, Is There a Forest? Fancy Soul gets her head in front. It's Fancy Soul and Pierre Mailhot. Is There a Forest was second, then Fresh Dreams, a photo for 4th between JMR Gemma and Sub-Zero Plus, 118 and 4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 2, Fancy Soul. Second, number 1, Is There a Forest? Third, number 5, Fresh Dreams. And 4th was number 3, Sub-Zero Plus. Unofficial race 5 order is 2-1-5-3. Race 5 is now official. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the official Race 5 winner, number 2, Fancy Soul. Fancy Soul is a 5-year-old chestnut mare. She's by Giant Gizmo out of Fancy Ribbons. Bred here in Ontario by Hillendale Farm, Sarani and Crooks. Ridden to victory today by Pierre Mailhot for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Taking a stalking spot and proving best, Fancy Soul earns her 3rd lifetime win in 18 starts here, completing the 6 1/2 furlongs in 1:18.4, taking her 40 debut. 650 to win, 340, 250. Is There a Forest is 350, 270, and Fresh Dreams 250 to show. $2 exacta, 2-1. 22.50, the $1 try, 215, 24.65. $1 super, 2153, $101.25. The $2 double, 1-2, 1970. $1 pick 3, 58.70. $1 pick 4, $701.25. And the $1 early pick 5, $868.40. Final pick 3 on the day coming up in race 6. 62.50 claiming mares, non-winners of 2. Will take the track. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. Wiener Dogs will take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds have their turn on Sunday, August 13th. Be sure to come on out for a couple of great, exciting events here at Fort Erie. Dogs will be taking the track after the last horse races. Race 6 coming up in 18 minutes. An overweight on number 3, Dazzling Diva. 3 pounds over at 123. Number 5, Only Believe, is 2 pounds over at 122. And take note, we have a rider change on number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Make the rider Pierre Mailhot.
Race 6 is up next here. 6 furlongs on the main track. For non-winners, the 2 lifetime fillies and mares going postward here. And they're looking for, as I mentioned, the second lifetime win and for the $6,250 tag. Now, see one of the runners in here, the number 3, Papa Silver, passing by, getting saddled out here in the walking ring on the walk. Another horse did the same, the number 1, Too Sweet for Me. And we're going to start with the number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Now, look at this horse's graduation score at Laurel Park. 6 furlongs. They didn't go very fast, did they? They went 23 to that opening quarter, 47 to the half. Very pedestrian-like fractions, and he got to the front, was really able to open up on that field. So I don't think he faced the toughest competition and had things pretty easy on the lead. Now, last time out, he chased the pace in that allowance event. 4 non-winners, a 2 lifetime, and he was beaten by 10 lengths. The winner, Can't Beat the Cats, was much the best in there. Drew clear by 9.5, and really the battle was on for those minor shares. So really didn't miss second by much. Had that monster, and Can't Beat the Cats came back to finish second in the stakes race here on Father's Day. So I do go to this horse. I think this horse can improve. A couple others, though, to consider. The number 6, Formentor. Originally, I didn't really like this filly on paper, but I took a look at those 2 races. I thought the September 13th race, she obviously raced well at the level and going today's similar distance at 6.5 furlongs on the mud. And then I looked at her most recent performance back on September 27th. Now, remember, Old Times kind of kept that win streak going. I believe won 3 races in a row here last season. Linda's Lovelace came back to win next time out. But the big thing was Formentor missed the break completely, then had to float wide throughout the race and really lost a lot of ground. So willing to forgive that most recent effort. And I think if you key in on the race 2 back, a 57 Beyer speed figure would certainly put her in the mix today for the win honors. Kirk Johnson's aboard this one for Josh Robillard. The question is she ready to roll off the layoff? I'm not sure that's the case. Maybe she'll need a race to get going, but she seems to be working pretty well. She has a slew of workouts here, only 48-2. The second of 13 workers at that furlong distance. And then from here, the number 3, Papa Silver. Took her a while to graduate. It was career start number 18 that did the trek. She was very impressive, though. Drew away in that field. I know it was a $8,000 claiming event with that lower claiming price of $7,000. I don't think it was a tough event nonetheless, but I will say to kind of see the horses that finished behind her, where they ended up finishing in their following start. The 3rd place finisher, Flat Out Angel, was very impressive in her next start, graduating in a race that was rained off and moved to the main track. So Papa Silver, as I mentioned, took her a while to graduate, but sometimes these horses, once they get that confidence kind of win under their belt, it's not shocking to see them kind of rattle off back-to-back victories. And she's very consistent here over the main track, 10 for 11 in the money. All of her in the money finishes have been here at the fort. But for me, Too Sweet for Me is the horse that I landed on, who draws the rail in here today and gets the class relief. Best of luck.
Field for today's sixth race is making their way on track. This is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Race 6 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Take note that numbers 4, Dazzling Diva, and 5, Only Believe, will race with inserts. Inserts on numbers 4 and 5. Post parade for race 6, number 1 is Too Sweet for Me. Pierre Mailhot picks up the mount for trainer Steve Cathcart and owner Andrew Stronach. Number 2 is Original Me. Amanda Vandermeers rides for trainer Howard Keene, who owns in partnership with Christina Mills. We'll come back to the 3. Number 4 is Dazzling Diva. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Brian Corbett owns and trains the number 5, Only Believe. The rider is Michael David. Number 6 is Fermenter. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is still in the paddock. We have 2 minutes to post for race number 6. On track now, number 3, Papa's Silver. Lenny Seacharan rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Set to begin loading for race number 6. They're heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 on the rail runner. Too Sweet for Me. 5-2 second choices are number 3 Papa's Silver and 6 Fermenter. First to load, Too Sweet for Me and Pierre Mailhot. Long Shot Original Me and Amanda Vandermeersch. Original Me unseated the rider but did not get loose behind the starting gate. They're going to load Original Me without the rider. Amanda Vandermeersch to climb back aboard. Papa's Silver and Lenny Ciceran to gate 3. Dazzling Diva and Ishmael Mascara. They have gate 4. Only Believe and Michael David. And the last up will be Fermenter with Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. Papa Silver broke best. Also showing up is Dazzling Diva. Now deep on the track is Fermenter, and rushing up the rail is Too Sweet for Me. It is Too Sweet for Me, a length better than Fermenter. It's a gap of 3 back to Dazzling Diva and Only Believe, who races a pair. Original Me is next, and after that sharp start, Papa Silver has been taken back to last. Just over a half mile to go. It's Too Sweet for Me leading the way at even money. The opening quarter was 22-2. Fermenter races from second, a length off the lead. The top 2 have opened up about 6 on Dazzling Diva and Only Believe. Angling out is Papa's Silver, and Original Me is tailing off at the back. Midway round the turn, it is Too Sweet for Me still leading the way. Fermenter is watching a length back in second. Papa Silver has ranged up 3 wide into third, passing Only Believe and Dazzling Diva. Original Me at the back, 46-2 for the half. They swing for home. Not much has changed. Too Sweet for Me and Fermenter are still 1-2. Too Sweet for Me a length better than Fermenter, who's trying. Papa Silver tries to rally down the outside with Only Believe. Less than an eighth of a mile to go. It is Too Sweet for Me and Pierre Mailhot. Fermenter is still second, but as they come down to the wire, Too Sweet for Me is clearly best. Too Sweet for Me by 3.5. Fermenter held second from Only Believe, and then Papa's Silver, 113-2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Second is number 6, Fermenter. Third, number 5, Only Believe. And fourth, number 3, Papa's Silver. 5-3. And now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial race 6 winner, number 1, Too Sweet for Me. Too Sweet for Me is a 4-year-old bay filly. She's by Upstart out of Veneta Hill, bred here in Ontario by Susan Foreman and Haymarket Farms LLC. A pickup mount for Pierre Mailhot, giving him a race-to-race riding double. Too Sweet for Me was trained to victory by Stephen Cathcart for owner Andrew Stronach. That is lifetime win number 2 in 12 starts for Too Sweet for Me. Completing the 6 furlong distance today in 1:13 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 6 is official, and there's the prices. Too Sweet for Me, $4, $2.30 and $2.10. Number 6 Fermenter, $3.30, $2.40, and 5 Only Believe is $2.60. $2 Exacta, $1.6, $9.50. The $1 Try, $1.65, $13.40. $1 Super, $1.653, $33.05. $2 Double, $2.1, $12.80. And the $1 Pick 3, $19.30. Late double wagering coming up in the 7th. Maiden allowance, fillies and mares, going to go 1.70 miles on the main track. We had a claim out of the 6th race. The winner, Too Sweet for Me, claimed by Glenn Alderson and moves to the barn of trainer Anthony Alderson. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 4:30. "18 minutes to post, now 17 minutes to post for race 7. An overweight on number 1, Closing Briefs, 1 pound over at 119. And number 6, Loki's Lightning, also 1 pound over at 114.
A light rain has started to fall once again here at Fort Erie, but we still have 2 races to get in, race 7 and race 8, excuse me. So late double time. Maiden special weight event's going to kick off the sequence. We're going to go 2 turns here, unlike the race that we saw earlier today. Mile and 70 yards, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Have a field of 6 going postward. And looking at this group, wasn't sure that this horse would be favored currently on the board. I thought this horse may be a bit of a better price, and maybe that'll still be the case when the horses get closer to the starting gate. But I went with the number 3, Donna Rumma, as my top pick. Now, she's 0 for 13 in her career. She has 5 in the money performances, and last time out, I thought she actually ran okay on the turf. She was 4th, beaten by 2 1/4, kind of split that field when it was all said and done, but that was going around 2 turns, about the 7 furlong distance. Now going to get back on the dirt, and I think it's really easy to draw a line through that opening day performance. Going 5/8, too short for her. She still tried to make that little bit of a late run and was unable to do so in the Summer Solstice Cup. And the big thing to key in on, those races at Mahoning Valley. You can see she was actually second over the slop, going a mile and 70 yards. After that, she was second at a prior race. I mean, she was just kind of knocking at getting that graduation score several times down there. And the big thing was the distance. So really looking forward to seeing her here around 2 turns today. So I did make her my top pick. A couple other horses maybe to consider. The number 5, Super Follow. A Fipke homebred here for Mickey Neubauer. Melanie Pinto has the mount. You can see just had that one race in 2023 at Mahoning Valley, going 5.5, and she really never got involved at all in that race. Was put back on the shelf, rejoins the barn of Mickey Neubauer, who had her last year as a 2-year-old, and you can see those 2-year-old races late in the season, they were all sprints, and I think maybe she doesn't want to sprint. She did have a second behind Love My Cheryl back on September 20th, but maybe one that will appreciate the added distance similarly to others in here, and just, always have to watch these connections. And you can see Mickey try to get that foundation in the morning, stretching out. You can see a 5 furlong drill, another one followed by more recently 6 furlongs, trying to kind of, extend her here and get her around the 2-turn distance. And then finally, the number 1, Closing Briefs. This was a first-time starter last time out that kind of caught my eye. Physically, I thought she looked good. Chestnut Daughter of Insummation. And then to see the way that she raced. Papa Silver ended up graduating in start number 18, but this one was closing from off of it, made a really nice late run after not really breaking all too sharp, wasn't involved early. And that was going 6 furlongs. So she's going to have to stretch out today in her second career start. Chris Husbands now climbs aboard. He's had a stellar meet so far, looking for a win on today's program. And I just think this is one that can improve. I wasn't, though, really peaked about seeing her here on the rail. I would have liked to seen her kind of drawn more towards the outside, but we'll see what she can do. I think a couple of the others have a little bit more of a foundation under their belts as well, but one that I would certainly use at least in the exotics. But for me, I think we're going to see maybe the number 3, Donna Rumma here, get the job done for Kevin Bettigig. Best of luck.
Field for today's 7th race is making their way on track. This is a maiden allowance race. For fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, we're going to travel 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Race 7 offers Win Play Show, Exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Take note that number 2, Menagerie, will race with inserts. Inserts on the number 2. Number 1 is Closing Briefs. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Number 2 is Menagerie. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Henley Thoroughbreds Limited own the 3, Donnarumma. Amanda Vandermeersch will ride for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Number 4 is Jimmy is a Breeze. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims and owner Hopefield Farm. Number 5 is Super Follow. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 6, Loki's Lightning, is still in the paddock. Will be out shortly. 2 minutes to post for race 7. On track now is number 6, Loki's Lightning. Deshaun Bino rides for trainer Gary Shadobiak and owner William Thompson Jr. 1 minute to post for race 7, late double wagering offered here. Field for race 7, heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Pretty competitive betting board. 9-5 favorite is number 3, Donnarumma. 5-2 on number 4, Jimmy is a Breeze. 4-1 on Menagerie. 9-2 on Closing Briefs. Set to begin loading. Closing Briefs and Chris Husbands will go up to the rail. Second time starter. Menagerie with Kirk Johnson. Gate 2. Donnarumma with Amanda Vandermeersch, currently favored at 9-5. Jimmy is a Breeze. Looks to give Boulanger, Sims, and Hopefield Farm their second win on the day. Super Follow, Melanie Pinto in the colors of Charles Fipke. And last up is the gray, Loki's Lightning, with Deshaun Bino. All set. And they're off. Loki's Lightning out best from the outside, Donnarumma, and here comes Jimmy as a Breeze to split them. These three will go out to make the pace. Menagerie is going to settle in fourth along the rail. Then we have Super Follow, and Closing Briefs is at the back. They race into the clubhouse turn. It is Jimmy as a Breeze and Donnarumma. These two are 1-2 midway around the turn. After the sharp start, Loki's Lightning is taken back into third on the outside. Menagerie is racing along the rail from fourth, and we have Closing Briefs, and Super Follow is now the trailer. 23-1 for the opening quarter. It is Jimmy is a Breeze up by 2. 4 lengths better than Loki's Lightning. Menagerie is gaining a bit of position along the fence. Then we have Closing Briefs and another 2 lengths back to Super Follow. Midway down the backstretch, Jimmy is a Breeze is still freewheeling on the lead. The lead is up to 3 as Donnarumma races from second. The half was 47 seconds flat. Loki's Lightning and Menagerie share third. They're 3 lengths better than Super Follow, who's gaining ground on the outside of Closing Briefs. 3 furlongs left to go. Jimmy is a Breeze, bet down to 75, 7-5, still maintains the lead. Donnarumma is still second, but here comes Loki's Lightning making up ground. Menagerie and Super Follow need to get going. Closing Briefs is the trailer. Quarter of a mile left to go. Jimmy is a Breeze has the lead, but she's on borrowed time. Here come Donnarumma and Loki's Lightning at the head of the lane. Donnarumma to the tire. Jimmy is a Breeze. Loki's Lightning down the outside. 3 across the track. Donnarumma, Loki's Lightning. Donnarumma up by 2. Loki's Lightning is trying to hold second over Jimmy is a Breeze, who battles back a bit, but Donnarumma is going to be a much the best winner under Amanda Vandermeersch. Donnarumma wins by about 5. Jimmy is a Breeze was second over a closing Super Follow, and then Loki's Lightning, 144-1. Donnarumma, the unofficial winner of race number 7. Second was 4, Jimmy is a Breeze. Number 5, Super Follow, third, and fourth is number 6, Loki's Lightning. Unofficial race 7 order is 3, 4, 5, 6. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, the unofficial race 7 winner, number 3, Donna Rumma. She's a 4-year-old bay filly by Violence out of Bubbles and Babies, bred here in Ontario by Joshin Farms Limited. Piloted to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owners Henley Thoroughbreds Limited. Donna Rumma breaks the maiden in start number 14, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in 1:44 and 1. Donna Rumma pays $6.20, $2.70, and $2.20. Jimmy is a Breeze, $2.60 and $2.10, and number 5, Super Follow, $3.60. $2 Exacta, $3.4, $12.40. $1 Try, $3.45, $25.85. $1 Super, $3.456, $63.60. $2 Double, $1.3, $10.60. And the $1 Pick 3, $21.30. We are off the turf for the nightcap. Take note, there will be no Jackpot High Five wagering. Jackpot High Five will resume tomorrow. Off the turf for race 8. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show. It's on Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. $19 to post for race 8. Off the turf, this race will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards over the main track. Number 1, Glitter Bay, 8 pounds overweight, will be carrying 123 pounds. Stewart Scratch the number 4, Dr. Uptown. Stewart Scratch the number 5, Union Colonel. Stewart Scratch the number 6, Maito. Scratches are 4, 5, and 6. Number 9, Hiatus, will draw in. Change the rider to Brandon Boulanger.
We close out the Monday card here with a starter optional claiming event that was originally scheduled for about a mile on the turf. Now moves, though, to the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. A couple of changes, the 4, 5, and 6. We'll have to wait to see those 3 race another day, but the number 9 Hiatus ends up drawing into this field. And it's an interesting race. There was a couple horses I weren't sure that they were going to stay in here when this race was moved to the main track, but they did, that being the 7 and the 8. And they're going to stay in this race, and kind of changed my picks a little bit. But for me, when I looked at the race in terms of how I thought it would shape up, I actually liked the number 3 Jack Beanstalk. Now, curious to see him going 1 mile and 70 yards, what he can do, but some of his performances locally have been very impressive, especially over and off track. And looking at his kind of one run locally here this season, that was in the long run retirement, and the waters were deep. He needed more. That's what the run line said, but he was flying late in there. Alacritus now 2 for 2 here this year at Fort Erie, a really tough runner. So I'm expecting Jack Beanstalk to move up today. Chris Husbands has plenty of experience with this one, and I just a little concerned maybe about the distance, but I think he's going to love the off track. The number 9 Hiatus I mentioned draws in. You go to that race 2 back was second, but that was on the turf, and you have to kind of go down the page to find those dirt races here, and they've typically been around those 2 turns. You can see 1 mile and 70 yards where he was much the best. That's today's distance, and then in his next outing, I did try him in the Tour de Fort, so he's one that does have that win at this distance on the track. He's 2 for 3 here locally at the Fort, a major player. And then from here, I wasn't sure the 8 Rocket Joe Copper was going to stay in. I know this horse is taking a ton of love, does have some experience on the dirt, but although he's just 2 for 25 on the main track in terms of wins, so I went in a different direction. The mare, the number 1 Glitter Bay, was very impressive here on June 6th, picking up her 3rd lifetime win in a very impressive fashion, drew clear by 2 lengths. Now she's going to tackle the boys today. She is going to stretch out, but I do think looking at some of her races going longer at Tampa, the distance should not be a problem, but she is going to have to tackle her male rivals today. But for me, curious to see how the number 3 Jack Beanstalk does at this 1 mile and 70 yard distance. Best of luck here in the nightcap. We'll see you back here tomorrow with an 8 race card.
Field for today's 8th and final race is making their way on track. This is a starter optional claimer. 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $12,500. We are off the turf, so this will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. No jackpot high five wagering here due to the scratches. The carryover will move into tomorrow's card. Take note that number 9, Hiatus, will race with inserts. Inserts on the number 9. Number 1 is Glitter Bay. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Barb Bailey and owner Princess Stables. Number 2 is Chairman Bob. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Howard Keene and owner Fortunato Galati. Desmond Maynard owns and trains the number 3, Jack Beanstalk. The rider is Chris Husbands. Scratch numbers 4, 5, and 6. Number 7, Dot's Vision. Rachel Slavinsky has the call for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Bermuda Blue Farm. Number 8 is Rocket Joe Copper. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Agostino and owner Brenton Harris. And completing the field, number 9 is Hiatus. Brandon Boulanger picks up the mount for trainer Jeff Voice, who owns in partnership with Herb McGurr Jr. 2 minutes to post for the nightcap. Field for race 8, heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 on number 8, Rocket Joe Copper. 5-2 on number 3, Jack Beanstalk. First to go up is the mare, Glitter Bay, with Ishmael Mascara, a last out winner. Chairman Bob and Juan Crawford. Jack Beanstalk with Chris Husbands. Dots Vision goes off the claim, Rachel Slavinsky. The 10-year-old Rocket Joe Copper with Mark Lee Buchanan. Last up will be Hiatus and Brandon Boulanger. All set. And they're off. Dots Vision out well, Glitter Bay under a hold from the rail. Here comes Jack Beanstalk and Chairman Bob to make a line of 3. Hiatus is also showing pace. At the back is going to be Rocket Joe Copper. They race into the clubhouse turn. Chris Husbands takes a peek behind him with Jack Beanstalk. Dots Vision races between horses with Hiatus on the outside in the 3-path. Jack Beanstalk takes back to third now, racing 2 lengths better than Chairman Bob. Another 2 back to Rocket Joe Copper, who races off the rail with Glitter Bay on the inside. The quarter was quick, 22-4. It is Dots Vision and Hiatus duking it out. Jack Beanstalk with a stalking trip from third. Chairman Bob is back into fourth with Rocket Joe Copper fifth, gaining a bit of ground. And still at the back is Glitter Bay. They're midway down the backstretch. Dots Vision still has a half-length lead over Hiatus. Chairman Bob is now into third, ahead better than Jack Beanstalk. Wide on the track, Rocket Joe Copper is gaining ground, and Glitter Bay is still at the back. The half was 46-2. Dots Vision is now shaken clear of Hiatus, who's backpedaling. Chairman Bob is into second. Jack Beanstalk third on the inside. Rocket Joe Copper is wide. On heels now. Glitter Bay tries to make a rally, but lost some momentum. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Dots Vision is up to a 2-length lead. Jack Beanstalk is into second along the rail, passing Chairman Bob. Rocket Joe Copper stalls from the outside. Dots Vision is up by 3. It is Dots Vision well in hand. Jack Beanstalk tries to rally from the back. Here comes Glitter Bay. It is still Dots Vision on top. Here comes Jack Beanstalk. Dots Vision trying to hold off Jack Beanstalk, who's rallying strongly. Jack Beanstalk coming. Dots Vision holding. Dots Vision prevails. Jack Beanstalk was second. Then we had Rocket Joe Copper and Glitter Bay, 143-4. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 7, Dots Vision. Second, number 3, Jack Beanstalk. Third, number 8, Rocket Joe Copper. And fourth, number 1, Glitter Bay. Unofficial race 8 order, 7-3-8-1. And holdout tickets, we have a rider's claim a foul into the running of race 8. The rider of number 1, Glitter Bay, is alleging foul against number 8, Rocket Joe Copper, around the 3/8 pole. foul, 1 against 8, into the running around the 3/8 pole. Hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. Now returning to the walking ring winner's circle, unofficial race 8 winner, number 7, Dots Vision. Dots Vision is an 8-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Court Vision out of Miss Dorothy. Bred here in Ontario by Gary Wellwood, Dots Vision was ridden to victory today by apprentice Rachel Slavinsky. Trained by Tony Adamo off of the claim for owner Bermuda Blue Farm. That's lifetime win number 11 for Dots Vision, 2 in a row, his second at the meet. Going wire to wire, completing the 1 mile in 70 yards in 1:43 and 4. Riders claim a foul, still in progress. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Riders claim a foul has been disallowed. There will be no change to the order of race number 8. Race 8 will be made official shortly. Prices soon to come. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Dots Vision, $760, $390, and $250. Jack Beanstalk, $430, $260, and Rocket Joe Copper, $270 to show. $2 exacta, 7-3, 30-70. The $1 try, 7-3-8, 42-15. $1 super, 7-3-8-1, $194.50. There was no jackpot high five wagering today. The carryover will move into tomorrow's card. $2 double, 3-7, 22-70. The $1 pick 3, 25-45. $1 late pick 4, $90.65. And the $1 late pick 5, $271.05. So jackpot high five wagering will resume tomorrow. The carryover is $18,613.59. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for everything going on at the track. You can get live video streaming and find all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about everything going on, track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back tomorrow at Fort Erie. First post will be 4:30. And if you're out here tomorrow at the races at Fort Erie after the last race, we will have a free concert at the Tiki Bar featuring The Trip. The dog races are coming back this summer. Wiener Dogs will take the track on Sunday, July 16th. And then on Sunday, August 13th, we'll have the Basset Hounds dogs to take the track after the last horse race. Be sure to save the date. 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. That concludes the day of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack. I want to thank you for joining us on this sloppy Monday evening. We'll be back tomorrow at 4:30. Hope to see you all out. Reminder, if you're here tomorrow, free concert featuring The Trip after the races. We hope to see a large crowd on hand. Everybody have a lovely evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.